Joaquín, ¿me escucha? Ahora.
Sí.
Ahora sí.
Perfecto. No, es que me ha visto el hombre de ahí arriba. Porque tú no has ido para arriba.
Oye, ¿y las moscas? ¿Qué hacemos con las
Oh,
moscas?
de verdad. Qué asco de mosca.
Si nos han colado unas pocas de moscas.
Pues no sois delicados ustedes con las moscas. A ver.
Venga. Mantenimiento se va.
¿No?
Carna.
Mantenimiento se va.
No me líes. Hola. Buenas. Soy tu representante. Pues pase usted aquí el cuarto y yo vine a hacer la costura. Prefiero hablar desde mesa.
Que pesan un montón. Eso es lo que yo decía, que se podía haber hecho de papel.
Mira,
Porque hasta
qué
no
chulo. Aquí yo no digo esto y así que habla. Lo podéis hacer como vídeo. Y va para allá, para acá. No, porque para eso Antonio, búscame una diadema de micro, porfa.
O para el pelo, no, capuz.
¿Tienes un micro con diadema? No. Que sí, tráeselo. Que va a hacer una presentación estilo Billy Gates.
Si es que, bueno, hoy ya no hay mesas tan grandes como ayer.
Esto en principio, como voy a tener que estar cargando presentaciones que nos han entregado todavía, lo dejaré ahí mismo. ¿Qué querías tú? Cuéntame.
Yo soy la primera que
No sé, como hayáis acordado. Muy buenas. ¿Usted ya me ven? No, pero voy, pero me lo traes rápido porque acá hay gente que no, pero hay gente sí, pero no te lo puedo pasar por ordenador, te lo vas a pasar ahí. Es que hay gente que me viene con el ordenador y tengo que copiar la de esta. Y el único que entra y que tengo en condiciones. Saluda a mamá, que tú le tienes haciendo. Chopin, ya la música. Poco es Beethoven el que está tocando.
Aquí hay un piano también.
Yo que quería poner una poquita canciones republicanas, pero mientras tanto la gente no ha empezado. Canta tú mientras. Es que hay ponentes que necesitan ver su presentación 3 veces para asegurarse. 3 veces. Yo no se le he dado a nadie. Vamos a ver. Si tú te sientes aludida, a ver. Vale, venga. Pero no la quiero repasar una a una, ¿no?
No, simplemente que si hubiese la primera que me la dejen.
Yo la voy a sacar. Si lo vengo, yo te pongo tu presentación, te la pongo para ver allí. Ayer viste que tiene la esta que
Sí, linda, la tenemos.
siguiente. Vale.
Muchas gracias, Paco.
No lo he visto, ni lo tengo, ni me lo ha entregado.
No lo ha entregado, vale.
Si va a usar, si no va a usar.
Sí, va a poner unas fotos.
Pues no hace falta que me lo entregue, que se
Ya,
ve.
ya.
Si me
Y
lo
cuando
entrega,
la vea,
si me lo entrega antes de la mesa, el tiempo que tardemos en cargar su presentación,
vale.
se descuenta.
Mira una cosa. ¿Quieres que yo pase la fotografía con arriba el texto de a mí?
Yo pongo la presentación.
O tú lo haces.
No, si tú estás con ella.
No, yo no estoy con ella. Yo era porque ella no sabe hablar y pasar las cosas.
Ella te va a ver.
O sea, yo tengo su texto.
Sí. ¿Y vosotras? Sí. ¿Desayunaste bien?
En la pantalla.
Soy María José, la amiga de Isabel.
Todavía no os conozco.
Ya. Isabel vendrá ahora.
Sí, me mandó un mensaje.
Muy bien.
Aquí está.
A ver si tienes bien puesto el...
Bueno, me dicen que sí, que está,
¿Está bien?
pues está mi nombre y está el PowerPoint.
Muy bien.
Así pues. Maribel me dice que no viene la otra ponente, ¿o sí?
¿Maribel no viene?
No, Maribel sí. Me ha dicho que quizás la otra chica no.
¿Ani?
Sí.
¿Está aquí?
Ah,
Buenos días. Eres lindo.
Loli.
¿Qué tal? Encantada. Estaba ya preocupada porque no la había visto. Déjame dar un abrazo.
No, digo, todo bien. Estaba ahí esperándome el hombre. Es que nunca me he sentido tan cuidado.
Porque llegaba a las 3 de la tarde. Y luego tuve un problema. Bueno, tuvimos que se quedó ahí. Entonces yo ya perdí un poco la pista. No sabía si la habían recogido.
No, porque sé que estáis en India, como un jaleo de organización.
Sí. Yo no sé si tengo dos opciones. ¿Qué tal? Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Conoce a María Isabel? ¿Qué tal? María Isabel.
Espero que la haya gustado.
Qué guay, pero no yo sé que en Andalucía ya me gusta cualquiera, pero... Oye,
Maribel sí está la otra.
pues...
Ah, es que ayer me dijeron ayer que no.
¿Eh? Ani, no, había 4 en el edificio, que 4 que era se pasó a otra mesa, que no tenía ya ayuda. No, Ani es una hija de Cecilia. Ani, ¿qué tal? Julia, bueno,
Hola, soy tu compañera de mesa.
Linda Palomino.
Encantada de conocerte.
sí, Isabel Linda, que si os parece, María José, a ver si te parece. No, vosotras lo que no, el duro si lo tuvimos hablando de yo. El duro sería a lo mejor
Aquí voy a ser más rápida todavía.
Pues y yo
entonces, no, vosotros tenéis
Yo
vuestro
te cedo mi tiempo.
los tiempos.
Cuando reviso, hablando español, que me cuesta un poco, voy 20, 23 minutos.
Vale, perfecto. Perfecto. Pues
No, si no me equivoco, si no respiro. Cuidado, dejadme, sobre todo que yo
¿Te das cuenta que dices que unos 20 minutos? Pues con eso hay, porque digo, hay para nos da tiempo. Yo voy a poner tus diapositivas. ¿Vale? Entonces, Lola, yo me voy a sentar ahí y pongo las diapositivas desde ahí. O en la mesa queréis que esté. ¿En la mesa?
no, hay pocas, ahí no. Y tú la bandera, ¿cuándo me vas a poner aquí? No está la bandera al final, porque
Pero esta la tienes ahí.
está en el
Pincho está ahí.
sí, eso es.
que no me gusta hablar en público.
Sí, a mí
Me cuesta mucho.
bueno, es que yo le he hecho antes y depende, si es en un grupo pequeño me encanta, pero si es así...
Es que ese es el problema, que
Bueno,
la tengo muy hecha, pero cuando veo más gente, más nerviosa me pongo. Ahora, poquita gente,
quítate las gafas.
sí,
Pon
eso
las
es
gafas.
lo que hago, me quito
Sí,
la gafa y
yo-
así no las veo. Así no veo a la gente.
Yo voy a leer, cuando me toca voy a leer con las gafas, no quiero ver a nadie.
No, yo me quito la gafa y ya está.
Pero vamos, tienes que recordar que estamos en familia. La gente es muy, muy amable.
Sí, suelen ser buenos.
A ver, habría que poner otra. Una, dos. Yo creo que Linda.
Me pongo ahí. Sí. Vale. Sí, me lo pidió María José. Entonces, acerco eso cuando me toca. No, a mí no me toca hasta...
Vamos a quitarlo.
Vale.
Sí,
Ok.
¿Abres el micro?
No, hombre, no me importa.
Aquí. ¿Ahora? Sí. Buenos días. ¿No? ¿Se oye? Sí. Muy bien, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias y bienvenido a este nuevo día.
Thank you very much to all of you for being here. Welcome to the second day of this conference. So, again, hello, welcome. This is going to be a very intense day, just like yesterday. So we're very thankful to have you here, and I promise it's going to be worthy. This table is called Women in La Desbandá. We have María Isabel Brenes, we have Annie Gali, and also Linda Paul Freeman. In the second title about public policies, integrated public policies on memory, it is there is a reference to women as important players on the fight for democracy, solidarity, and equality. And I quote, "In these struggles and suffering, Spanish women played a key role because they were active subjects in the intellectual, trade union and political life in our country." So during war and during the dictatorship, women suffered violations, insults, rapes, punishments for their public activity just because they were women or just for being because they were wives, mothers, or daughters of retailed persons, retailed men. So they suffered the oppression because they had tried to use the right to go beyond the traditional rules. So their contribution to the historical memory has to be acknowledged. But not only the Spanish women were such important players during this period of history, we also have their political and solidarity contribution at the international level. Listening, paying tribute is our duty now. The history has to show how we are a part of the fight of the struggle for democracy, and to do so we have today here these three women that are going to talk us about women of the past also. So first of all, I'm going to give the floor to María José Brenes, who holds a PhD in the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Granada in the Department of Contemporary History. She leads different research programs. She has a thesis with the highest mark about the anti-Francoist opposition in Granada from 1939 to 1950. She is technician archaeologist, and she's been researching on several mass graves in Andalusia, in Granada, Malaga, Huelva, Seville, and Cádiz. She is the author of 15 papers about the period of the Second Republic, the Civil War, and the Franco regime. And we can highlight this paper on the new sources for research on this topic. She has created, together with Fernando Arcas Cubero, Andrés Martín and Ana Díaz Sánchez, the exhibition Exodus from the road from Malaga to Almería, and she is member of the scientific committee of La Desbandá, 1937, from Malaga to the Pyrenees, which was inaugurated recently in Unicaja in Malaga. The title of her intervention is Feminine Repression when coming back from the escape, from the flight.
Buenos días a todos. ¿Se me oye bien? Perfecto. Bueno, en principio quería dar las gracias por la asistencia y...
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for being here, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation to be here and to share this table with my colleagues here. I won't take much time because we have to be very serious with the time. So if you were here just today with Rafael, with the intervention of Rafael, you will see the pictures are the same because we are doing the same research. So, and if you weren't here, then you will see the pictures for the first time. Well, in 1937, as you knew, the troops were trying to take Malaga with a very fast advancement. And in Malaga, there were refugees from other provinces of Western Andalusia already arriving. So there was a great number of refugees that had to be accommodated somewhere. They used the cathedral to do so. This decision was quite criticized by the rebel forces. And later on, by February 1937, Malaga was already completely occupied by the rebel army. And the only way out was the road of the coast that goes to Almería, and at the time there was also the cruiser ships bombing the population and also the planes. The advancement of the rebel army was so fast that they reached the people fleeing very, very fast. So the 7th February was the day where most of the people left, even though there had been all people leaving the city a little bit before also. This is a document that shows how in Malaga there were not only refugees from Malaga, but here we have a detention of a family with only one man. All the other members are women from 2 years old to 70 years old. So there are the mother of these men, women, all women. So meanwhile, in the road, as you can see, we have Malaga as a starting point. And in Malaga, there is already people decided to take an alternative way, and they go through they leave the road through the way to Las Alpujarras. And here we have a document of the Rebel Army where we can see they acknowledge they are bombing civil population. They are bombing with 24 bombings of 10 kilos, and they say very well, well done. This is an extract of a text of a military with a huge experience, actually. So it is somebody who is used to see the effects of the warfare. I'm going to read it. The spectacle of the road from Almeria to Adra is something I cannot describe with words. There is this escape of around 200,000 people from Malaga to Almeria by foot. They are freezing, they are starving, they have wounds. So this is the testimony of a military who is used to this. Well, what happens with the people who arrives to Almeria? Well, they are, of course, taken care of at the hospital of Almeria, and they show these signs like they are exhausted, they have lost limbs, they have shrapnel wounds, they are mentally ill, and they show all kinds of injuries after doing 220 kilometers by foot, of course. So this is to show you the primary sources from the hospital. I have chosen women, and you can see the effects. So exhaustion, she's pregnant, she's going to be sent to a mental institution, and like this, hundreds of people with this kind of diagnosis. You can have children, we can find men, women, adults. Well, this is the consequences of the bombings. And what happens with the ones who go back? Well, you can see it in the picture. This is an image from Teba, municipality of Teba, and this is the result of what they call the night of the 80. They call it this way because there was 84 people who came back and they were shot in half an hour only. So they didn't even go to a prison or something. They just took them and just killed them. And we know that because they still had their personal belongings with them. Watches, lighters, even silver lighters. Because if you are arrested, first thing you do is you give your personal belongings that are going to be given later on to your family. So they didn't have the time to do that. 84 people in only one night. So this execution is associated to this huge mass grave, 22 meters long. We found 51 persons, and they killed 84 people in only one night here. And we knew it for sure because all the documents were absolutely right. They were linked to the people. And there was also a very young woman who was pregnant. She was laying down and she had all the wounds were in her belly. So, of course, there were remains from the baby, the unborn baby. We knew it was her because it was the only woman in that grave. And we had also found a picture with her wearing those earrings, and the earrings were found in the mass grave. And the fact that she was pregnant was not a reason to stop the execution. This is a different mass grave in Malaga. And I'm pointing out with the arrow because she's pregnant also. So the fact of being pregnant was no reason to stop the execution of a woman. then other women were a little bit more lucky, we can say, because they just went to prison, but they suffered humiliations. And many of them were sentenced to many years of prison, and if they had children, they were forced to baptize them. So, for instance, if you had a name who wasn't part of the Christian names, for instance, Libertad, liberty, you're going to have to change your name, right? Because it was Falange who was deciding on the names, and they would give you a Christian name. They considered that red women were not ready to take care of the children in the Catholic context, and many of these children were given to Falange families. So once the population gets to reach Almeria, many of them continue to the east of the country, and many of them even cross the border. So once they were installed, once they were settled in some place, they used the press to try to find the families or the siblings that they lost during the road journey. And we always find the same kind of information. So they say, well, somebody who lost her mother on the mountains of Alpujarra or during the road journey. Many of these people would never been found because they were probably dead, just like that. Many of these children were hosted by families because they were very small children, lost, and then the families who found them took care of them, and some of them just stayed there, and some of them were lucky enough to find their families after some years, and some of them were just hosted at institutions, and they tried to make announcements in the press to say, well, we are here, we have these children, they come from Malaga, and we don't know whose families are, where are their families. So we make this announcement, and we just hope that the family finds some information, something that leads them to recognize their children. So this is one of the consequences also of this massacre, what I consider a massacre. Thank you very much.
Ya os dije que iba a ser muy interesante.
Well, I told you it was going to be really interesting. We're going to continue now with Linda Freeman. She's a professor at the Humanities Department at the University Cardenal Estreda in Elche. Her main research field is the development of health and humanitarian care in the warfare, and especially in the Spanish Civil War. So this research has led to many publications and participations in national and international lectures and events. She is a member of the project Transnational Medical Action. Sorry, I'm lost. Well, anyway, the floor is yours, Linda, when you're ready.
Espera.
Microphone, please.
Ahora.
¿Ahora?
Sí.
Bien.
It's very difficult to talk after Maribel because I was a little bit affected, emotionally affected by what she told us.
Estoy primero encantada de
I am delighted to be here and being able to share these moments with all of you. The participation of British women. I'm going to ask you to be patient because at the beginning I'll give a very short overview of the situation in Great Britain when the war started. And more than 2,500 British men joined the troops. But the answer of women was equally significant and maybe not so much celebrated. British women from all social stages and professional sectors mobilized to support the Republic. Many of them had the role of leaders in the thousands of aid committees that were established in Great Britain. Some of these women were worked in politics, and there were also representatives of the different political parties. We had, for example, the Duchess of Hatton, the Labour Party representatives like Leah Manning, Ellen Wilkinson, and the communist activist Isabel Brand, who directed and led the social commitment that was unprecedented in the political sphere, dominated by men, of course. These women crossed all borders of political parties supporting the Republic, and they could represent the British people and convince them so that they would take an active role in this process of support. They worked together, organizing talks, fairs, parties, and all kinds of activities. They also hired ships to send tons of food and other kinds of goods to Spain. They were women that had very different socio-political backgrounds. Some of them were politically active and motivated. For example, the nurse Thora Silverthorne, Nan Green, and nurse Annie Murray, members of the Communist Party, as well as Winifred Bates, the secretary and administrator of it. They saw the fight and these in Spain as a big opportunity to stop the fascist wave that was going through Europe, and they took the very brave step of offering themselves as volunteers in the those dangerous areas in Spain, showing great bravery, courage, and commitment, incredible ones at a time when most of them had not even traveled abroad. And of course, much less in the front line of a faraway country that was being damaged by the Civil War. Some of them, like nurses Fashion Staton and Penny Phelps, declared their support to the Republic, and they were very highly motivated, they were inspired in the initiatives to improve the situation of women, and also trying to solve the miserable way of life of the poorest classes and sectors. Some others had humanitarian reasons for it. They wanted to ease the suffering of injured soldiers and the civil population. Some of them worked in the ambulance unit of the Spanish Medical Aid Committee. However, there were other companies not so well known, that were working in Spain at that time with women at their leading positions. For example, the Scottish ambulance under the leadership of Fernanda Jackerson, the only women that worked in a team of 20. They helped injured troops and the civil population of the capital city that had been sieged. Another mission in the hands of women was the evacuation of 4,000 Basque children to Great Britain during the bombing of Bilbao. Lia Manning, it is Spain. From the Friends Society, they helped to organize the expedition. Women also played an important role in the caring of children when they were taken to Great Britain. One of these women was Frida Stewart. Stewart belonged to a wealthy family from Cambridge, and she had a very high social awareness, and she worked tirelessly to Spain to help to send some aid for the Republic. When Sir George Young asked her to drive an ambulance towards the south of Spain after the fall of Malaga, she didn't doubt it, and once here she stayed to work helping the refugees. The uprising had been taken to an end, and it stayed under the control of the anarchist syndicalists of CNT and the SFI. But before the rebel assault, panic just disseminated along the population, because they had known about the atrocities done when the nearby villages had been occupied, and they had heard the atrocious menaces and threats of the general, which seemed to be so dangerous. So many saw this flight from the city as the only hope for survival, and this desperate action, as you all know here, was going to mean one of the greatest, one of the most terrible atrocities of this fratricide war. As we know, thousands and thousands of citizens escaped from the paths from Malaga to Almeria, and they became a very easy enemy to bomb by the rebel that had been trained on the coast. In spite of all of this adversity, the one that we've heard so much about during these couple of days, more than 80,000 people were able to reach Almeria finally, most of them in terrible conditions. There was an urgent need for health assistance and humanitarian assistance as well, and that is when the ambulance of the British universities, they left for the south of Spain. That was created by Baronet Sir George Young. This ambulance was commanded by Violeta Thurston. She was experienced working as a nurse and administrator during during World War I. And she was specially gifted for speaking languages. She spoke Spanish, Arab, French, and German fluently, and a little bit of Italian, Russian, and Greek. A little bit, right? So they thought that she wouldn't find it hard to communicate with patients and with the different military authorities during her stay in Spain. The medical team was formed nearly exclusively by women, including nurses Elizabeth Burchill and Dorothy Morris, and also with the cooperation of other exceptional women, such as Quaker representative Mary Arms. Right after their arrival, they set up a feeding post in the train station. They were denouncing the situation to their compatriots in Great Britain, and because they wanted to continue receiving these aid funds. One of the volunteers declared to the press, if people that had given the food could see those little boys with their whole face in a bowl of milk, eating that bread, they would feel totally compensated for what they had done. There was also a great need for health facilities for all those that had been, all those refugees. Under the direction of one of them, they set up a small hospital in the Villa Maria. That was a home that was seized by the mayor, and it was for them. It reached its full capacity, and they needed a bigger facility. So with the help of Dr. José Soriano Romera, the Spanish pediatrician that had just joined the team, there was a second villa, Villa San Juan, that became a hospital, and Villa Maria started working as a recovery home. Very soon, this hospital was too small again, so a nearby house, which was bigger, Villa Elena, became the new hospital. Many of the babies that were taken to the hospital had not been taken care of for a long time. So at the beginning, the death rate was very high. But with the care, this death rate was decreased, and epidemics were. The daily life was interrupted very often by this air bombed nearly every day. However, nurses how to make those children enjoy the day. Her diary, she wrote that I quote, lemon trees and orange trees, but all of a sudden the dream finished and we found ourselves within a nightmare. We were in the outskirts of Murcia in a very vast and finished building, walking through crowds of refugees that were in really poor conditions. They surrounded us, telling us their stories as like people that had been drowned, for example. There were 5 refugees like this, of this type, in the city, holding thousands of refugees. They were all terribly poor, dirty, and miserable. That's what Wilson wrote. That's human misery in piles. And she tried to connect with the Society of Friends, Sociedad de Amigos, and other organizations that send food and provisions. And Wilson managed what at the beginning she thought was impossible. Amidst all that chaos, and in those refugees, 2,000 or 3,000 people were being fed daily in a context, in an environment of peace and order. But everywhere you could see sick children, and as the hospital of Murcia was not available, the only solution was to create a new hospital. With the help of Mieleche Seston, Sir George Young, and Frida Student, Wilson created a hospital for children. She declared, the most perfect house in Murcia has been allocated to us. It's a very modern villa in its own lands, beautifully prepared. It's an ideal place for a children's hospital. The week devoted to the preparation. The opening of the hospital was so exciting. We bought pans, beds, combs. Some local companies gave us porcelain, others gave us household elements. Chemists would give us medicines and other things. When the Spanish doctor asked for some kind of instrument to cover the people that had died, he wanted to find covers that had nice colors. That was his idea. Finally, everything was ready at the hospital, and the nurses, British nurses, came from Almeria. The main concern, Wilson's main concern, was whether women were going to send their children to the hospital. But there was no reason for that fear. Those working wigs in the refugees had earned the trust even of those women, those mothers from Malaga that had lost everything, and they were holding their children with some kind of animal ferocity. There were patients with pneumonia, bronchitis, very weak babies that didn't seem to be able to be cured. But with the appropriate medical assistance and good feeding process, most of them gave a very quick response, a positive one. Eventually, Wilson had to go back to her work as a teacher, and the administration fell in the hands of Esther Farquhar, a representative of the American Quakers. She was also in charge of the administration of English hospitals in Almeria when Sir George John found some financial difficulties. Before coming back to England, Wilson placed other schemes with the double objective of offering refugees a dignified occupation and also to satisfy the urgent need for clothes. She opened a couple of sewing workshops for women and children in Elche, and she established an agricultural group for children in the mountain range of Corrente. The hospitals that had been set up in Almeria and Murcia saved many lives and improved the terrible conditions of thousands more, especially those who were sick and also children and orphans. Frida Stewart prepared musical shows in England where children would sing and dance in the traditional Basque style, and that's how they help fund their basic cares there in England. After the failure of the Republic, Stuart Wilson and other volunteers traveled to the south of France to help in concentration camps, where thousands of Republican refugees were restrained in horrendous conditions. But that is another story.
Muy bien, Linda. Muchas gracias. Queda emplazada para la nueva.
Thank you, Linda, and we are willing to hear that new story in the future.
La próxima invitada casi no es preciso ni
So for our next guest, I think she needs no introduction. We all know her. She was in a very moving act yesterday, and she's going to tell us her life and the life of her family. She's the daughter of Republican survivors of La Desbandá. She and her family lived in the exile, and she lived the experience of the flight from Malaga through the death road to Almeria, and later on she went to Catalonia and France. She sorry, her family did all this journey, and she was born in France. She has told the story of her family in a number of lectures and events about the civil Spanish War and the death road. She's even written a book about her knowledge and all she can share about the terror of the fascism and the Franco regime. I was very surprised and also very moved by the title of her intervention, Pasionarias Forever. She's going to tell us.
Bueno, buenos días.
Well, you all know my name is Annie González de Haro. I am the daughter of Republicans who were forced to leave Malaga during the war. They had to escape from prison, from torture, or from death. And I'm going to tell you the story of my family. Of course, there are many histories, many different histories.
Vale la pena de escucharla, me parece.
But I think our story is worth to listen to. And I'm going to talk about the horrors my mother, my sisters, my siblings had to suffer. All of them were survivors of the road massacre. Today I want to share with you this testimony of the flight from Malaga in February 1937. Later on, the moment when they left Spain as well in February 1939. And I'll talk to you about the exile of my parents who were Spanish Republicans. And I will tell you about the terrible circumstances they had to live, the concentration camps, and many other things. Well, why they had to leave Malaga so fast? Well, my uncle, my mother's brother, Miguel de Haro, was a very well-known man in Malaga. He had some activities in the football club in Malaga, and he was, above all, he was a member, an active member of the Communist Party of Malaga, and he was also a member of the Republican militia. My family was from Cuevas de Almanzora, which is a small town in Almería, and they moved to Almería in 1920. It was a very strong family. They were very close to each other. When my mother was 14, she had to take care of her 5 siblings because her dad died. And when Malaga fell to the rebel army, with the help of the Italians and Mussolini, my uncle told the family to immediately leave Malaga because my family was threatened because of being Republicans, because they were considered Reds. And of course, they had listened to the claims of Capo de Llano at the radio. So the members of my family with the children. The youngest one was only 5 years old, so they hit the road to Almeria in order to escape from Malaga. Women had to flee as well in order to protect their children, but they didn't know the criminal trap that was waiting for them. And I have to tell you, the bombings were against civil population who had no help, no means of defense, and who was composed mainly by women, elder people, and children. And it is one of the episodes, the most bloody episodes of the Spanish Civil War, with 5,000 death persons, and still not enough acknowledged and not enough known by the general public. So this was a nightmare that lasted 2 years for my family. My sister Margarita, who was 12 years old at the time, told me many times what happened in this road from Malaga to Almeria in February 1937. They were attacked by land, by air, and by sea permanently. And these attacks were made by the Italians, by the Germans, and by the Franco troops. Can you imagine for a minute that crowd of people with no help, with no assistance, carrying their children lost, trying to find their parents who were maybe dead during the bombings? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the shouting of the injured, the bodies, the corpses destroyed by the planes? So at the sides of the road there were corpses, and my mom told her children, do not look, keep walking, keep walking. My older sister Margarita has these images stick in her memory forever, and even until today, or because she's 98 years old today, and she still tells this story. She remembers this woman with her dead baby in her hands, this lost girl who was trying to find her grandma. Her feet were bleeding and she kept on walking. My pregnant aunt, who wanted to stop at the side of the road, but she had to keep on walking. They had to keep on walking to reach Almeria. Starving, freezing, really scared. She walked during the night and hid during the day, trying to escape the bombings in this road. One afternoon, Margarita saw women who were coming back from a field with oranges. So she decided she wanted to go and look for oranges to eat something, and also because she was really thirsty, and for her family as well. So she said nothing to anyone, and she just left and went to pick up some oranges. She wanted to find 15 oranges. So she took her dress and she used it to carry the oranges, but the oranges would fall again, and then she was a little bit obsessed, like, I need to find 15 oranges. So the night started to fall and she wouldn't find the way to come back. She started to cry and call upon her mother, Mom. And then after a while, after a long time, she heard the shouting of her mother, who was Margarita, who was calling her, and she got to give them the oranges. And my mother, who had decided not to continue walking without Margarita, was the only one who didn't eat her orange, because she was extremely afraid. They had to leave, to keep on walking through the night with the bombings in this terrible war episode. They took a week to get to Almeria, after more than 200 kilometers by feet with children. My sister Pepita used to say this is a very long way, very long journey. But when they got to Almeria, they didn't know where to go, because the Francoist troops would push them to advance. And they left to Catalonia, because the father family was living in Cerdanyola, near Barcelona. And one of their uncles went to find them. So a new destination was here for them, Cerdanyola, where they stayed for 2 years. They were hosted in a tower, and women looked for employments, for jobs. My mom was really active, and she took care of the whole family. Children went to school, and besides, just next to the tower where they were living, there was the tower of Ricardo Sanz, a commander who was leading the Durruti column after the death of Buenaventura Durruti in Madrid. And they made friends with him, between the refugees, the Andalusian refugees, and the Sanz family, mainly because the children of both families were friends. And when in February 1939, Barcelona fell to the Franco regime, the family of the father was also in danger. So, thanks to the children crossed the French border in the Bertus. My father with the 26th Division, and my sister Margarita, she was already in France with the children of Ricardo Sanz. So once they crossed the border, my mother didn't know where her daughter was or where her husband Antonio was. I think we have to pay tribute to these mothers who made real miracles through these journeys, through these pathways, when they were being pushed away from their motherlands, and never forgot their sisters, the one who had to stay in the Franco regime in Spain, suffering all kinds of atrocities and tortures. In France, in the Boulogne station, women and children were placed in trains, and some villages were open to host Spanish refugees. And that way, my family, together with another family, they got out of the train and in Caceres-sur-Baron, 300 kilometers from the border, they were hosted. They were accommodated in a small church, in an abandoned chapel that was really dirty, really miserable. In this town, a part of the population thought that the rats were dangerous, and so the families had to move from many places. But then at some point they went back, and very soon in Caceres, my mom managed to survive with dignity. She was a woman who had lived a very nice life in Malaga, in Spain, and now she was in charge of the children, the women of the family, in a foreign country where she didn't know the language or the customs. But however, she knew very soon that if she accepted any job, any kind of work, cleaning, babysitting, sewing, then she would be able to recover her dignity. So she made unpaid or poorly paid jobs, but never mind, all women started working, even the youngest ones, and they didn't even have work contracts. Sorry, you have to know that if the refugees didn't have a working contract or a good conduct certificate, they would be sent back to Franco. And we all knew that that meant going to prison and suffering tortures, etc. So Margarita, my older sister, was in Bonac-sur-Ariège in 1939 with the children of Ricardo Sanz and the nanny, who was called Flora Garcia. She was alone by herself. She was 15 years old, and she didn't know where her parents were, either in France or in Spain. She started working in the major's house, and she adopted the name of Margarita Garcia, sister of Flora, in order not to be rejected. She changed her name. So one day, the major and the teacher of the school told her, "Your name is not Margarita Garcia. Your name is Margarita González. And we know we have found your father and we know who he is." So my father, Antonio González, when he crossed the border with the 25th Division of Commander Ricardo Sanz, he was interned in the concentration camp of Vernay-sur-Ariège. That was a disciplinary camp where the refugees were considered prisoners, and they had terrible conditions, unhuman conditions. They were freezing. The journalist Arthur Kerlest, who was in Malaga in 1937, tells in her book La Lie de la Terre the horrible life they had in this camp. and why Margarita was in Bonac with the children of Ricardo Sanz. Well, the reason is that Ricardo Sanz was also in the concentration camp of Vernet, just some kilometers away from Bonac. So they took my brother and my sister and they took them to the concentration camp of Vernet so they could see their father at the other side of the fences. Our father was in a very bad condition, and so the major of Bonac asked the French authorities to leave him free and to take him out of the concentration camp, and he offered him a working contract in a farm, and of course he would be subject to this good conduct certificate. And I have the documents, all these documents from 1939. My mother, meanwhile, in Caser, she didn't know where they were, my sister and my father. And she kept on sending messages to the radio. She had the support of different associations, and luckily, once Margarita got to listen to one of these messages, and then they had to go through a lot of bureaucratic steps, and finally they found people who were willing to make work contracts for the whole family, and so they could reunite all the members of the family. But life was never easy for the Spanish refugee. My mother had an amazing energy. She was really brave, and she was somebody really appreciated and loved in the municipality of Caserna. And so she knew very well what it meant to strive to survive, to help the whole family and protect the whole family away from her home in Spain. Margarita kept on helping the Spanish Republic, sending letters from Ricardo Sanz, who was still in the concentration camp of Vernet, and getting these letters to go to Juan García Oliver and Aurelio Fernández, who were politicians in the exile as well, Republican politicians, but she had to stop because the French Gestapo denounced her. So she had to stop. And my sister Pepita has never told me about the war. She would just listen silently because she had a trauma. In February 1939, my sister didn't want to cross the border. She was carrying on her doll and her school books. And when she arrived in France, in a very poor condition, her way of resisting, her way of helping her siblings was to help the children of the family to study and to learn. That was her way to cope with exile. In 1941, during Second World War, that started in July 1936 in Spain with the help of Hitler and the fascists and Mussolini and the Italian fascists. My parents never told me about the suffering. They never told me about the huge pain of leaving their homeland, or about what they went through at the concentration camp or at the exile. It was their way of surviving. They could never died in 1964, and Franco died in 1975. To secure a future in a foreign land, and they helped me to make my studies. Thanks to the School of the French Republic, free schools, like schools, and public schools, I've been able to finish my studies and become a mathematics teacher in France. When I finished working, when I stopped working, my principal mission has been to talk about this, to spread the word about this, to fight against the dictatorship and to fight for the republic, and to make public and make everybody know what happened in the death road and all the implications this had, not only in Spain but also in France. So today, this episode, the bloodiest of the Spanish Civil War, with 5,000 deaths, is not enough known. My uncle Miguel was imprisoned in Malaga in 1937. He was tortured. He was in prison for 20 years. He resisted, but he was a man, a completely destroyed man. But he kept the same principles. He, my parents, my mother, they all gave me a lot of strength, and it is my duty to share and to disseminate the truth of the life of the refugees and the extremely important role they played, particularly women who fought against the Franco regime and the fascism. They resisted and they participated in the French resistance against the Germans. And I have always wanted to come back to a Republican Spain. After writing my book, for the whole family that we have all around the world, I have been to all these lectures and actions and events in high schools and everywhere. This is my way to share and to prevent all this history to fall into oblivion. I want to say that these women and men, anonymous women and men, silenced, sometimes humiliated, they fought for freedom and they fought for justice, and they had an enormous dignity, and they conveyed all the humanitarian values to their children. And it is important to mention as well that the testimonies of the survivors of the road from Malaga to Almeria, from this testimony, it is absolutely clear and proved everything that happened in February 1937. These testimonies are absolutely valuable in terms of history, not only for the Spanish history, but for the whole humanity history. And these stories are the evidence that can lead to the truth and to justice we cannot forget and we cannot deny the dictatorship from Franco, who had stolen the words of the victims. History cannot be built on the base of oblivion and silence of the victims. This testimony is a tribute to my parents and to all those who lost their lives on the sides of the death road. This combat, this fight for freedom and for justice cannot be forgotten. We have a duty of sharing this historical knowledge. My book is this written testimony, this written trace. And please do not say the death road didn't exist, because I have to say what happened. I really appreciate the invitation for being here. It was very important for me to be here. I was waiting for this moment for so long. And it is really important for those who lost their lives in the death road. Thank you very much.
Bueno.
Well, we're trying to recover ourselves from these, after this talk. Thank you so much, Maria Jose, for having helped us. And thank you. Yeah, I'm a little bit lost for words right now. Okay, my colleagues are saying that, we've made the effort to stick to the time available. And my colleague Paco is saying that we have a little bit of time for a couple of questions. I would like to finish thanking our collaborators, and that's all. Well, two questions. Eusebio, for example. 2 or 3. Okay, 3. Three questions, and then that's it.
Hola, muy buena. Agradeceros la...
Okay, thank you for your fantastic talks. As I've been working for years with the personality Bireta Durtan, I'm very interested. Maybe if it's not possible to do it now, but maybe if you could provide me with the sources. I'm talking to the speakers. Just it's something I wanted to ask you. Did you understand what I said? Eusebio, maybe you didn't understand what I said. I've been working with the job of Quakers in Almeria and Murcia, and the Violeta Durdan. Well, I don't speak English. I don't know if I pronounced it properly. So I'm interested in knowing which sources have you used so that I can complement it with mine, and maybe you're also interested in the ones that I have used, and I could place them at your disposal. That's all I wanted to say. Yes, very interesting. I didn't hear the name of the woman. Can you repeat it? Ah, okay, Violeta Thurston.
Que estoy un poco sorda, no es culpa tuya.
I'm just a little bit deaf, it's not your fault.
No, no es tu inglés, es que, de verdad.
It's not because of your English, it's just that I'm a little bit deaf.
No, si quieres.
Yes, we can talk, yeah, of course. 2 more questions only. Yes, microphone, please. Yes, hello, good morning, everybody. I wanted to ask 2 things. I have 2 questions. One, could you please confirm if the furthest place that Norma Benton reached with the ambulance was Castelferro? Was that the furthest point when it comes to Almeria? If it was so, maybe he had some kind of contact with the International Brigade battalions that were there. Maybe you could tell me about that. And also, you've had access to some kind of document or letters. What happened? Well, yesterday we were talking about the river Guadalfeo, you know, whoever could cross it or not. But what happened with the corpses, with the cadavers that stayed on the road, on both sides of the roads, because they had been shot or killed by the ships? Between the river, the exit of Malaga and the river Guadalfeo, what happened? Were they eaten by animals? Were they left there on the ditches? And so what happened? Okay. Yes, Norman Betún. Okay, that was very scary.
¿Sí o? No. Ya. Parece que estaban ametrallando.
It felt like it was a shooting. Okay. Yes, Norman stayed in Hualcha. It didn't reach Motril. So that's why the figures that we gave, 250,000 of Norma Betún, the research we carried out with new sources, they talked about 300,000 at the exit of Malaga. And the fact that he was in contact with the brigades, well, yes, they established there, but a little bit later on, because they were still fighting in the area of the Alpujarras and Motril. He was in touch with them, yes, he stayed there for some time. Probably he had some contacts, but not maybe not that close a relationship. And regarding corpses, well, first of all, the main question is how many dead people were there? How many casualties? I don't know about the figures because there was not an administration where you could register all of them. There were full families that stayed on the road. Who's going to register them? What happened with the corpses? There was no time for burials. Those who died crossing the river, obviously they would probably appear on the shores of the beaches. But with the time, among the fields, the vegetation, you could find corpses and things. They would drop their things because they couldn't run with all of those goods on them. So all of those bodies stayed there. I haven't found any graves in that sense. I'm sorry that I cannot give you more details. Okay, this is the last question, please.
¿Se oye?
Can you hear me?
Hola, sí. Isabel
Brenes. I was interested in asking you about the most updated studies that you carried out in the front of Motril, the Republican battalions. Did you know which ones were there? Well, I say battalions, I don't know exactly if that is the word, but do you know, maybe by any chance, which of them were there fighting against the Franco troops?
En Motril,
once the Republic arrived, and Motril's not been lost yet, there were so many different troops that they had to reorganize themselves in a different way. So battalions changed their names, and because those troops were disseminated. But maybe I can tell you about that with in more detail later on. Yes, okay, thank you.
Para que veáis lo disciplinadas.
You know, you can see how disciplined we are, and we are arranging to meet outside to provide answers to your questions. Okay, I would like to thank our colleagues and cooperators. It is a great privilege to have been working with them. I have to tell you that, you know, we feel at home with you. I think we have created a very strong link. This is a good team, and hopefully we'll see each other again in the future. And so that I want you to know that La Desbandá will always be your home. Okay, Annie? And that's all. Thank you. Just a second. Yeah, I wanted to give you a little souvenir as a reminder of your stay here. Thank you.
Vale. Toma, a ver si... Sí. Guárdalo ahí. Perfecto.
Marina, si tú estabas nerviosa, yo no lo dejé.
Muchas gracias, Leyer. ¿No? Venga. Ese vaso le he usado, sí.
Bueno, sí, como puede ser.
Esta es mía. No os vayáis, por favor, que empezamos enseguida. Vamos a empezar enseguida.
We're going to start in a couple of minutes. We're just getting ready. So please do not leave. Stay.
A ver, estamos ajustando las fotografías que nos va a presentar Olga, pero hay un problema de incompatibilidad.
There's a little technical problem, and that's what we're trying to solve. Conversion from Mac to PC. But we will start very soon.
Bueno, y todavía queda. Vale, empezamos. Bueno, buenos días. Tengo el honor y el...
Good morning. I have the honor and the privilege to introduce you to our next speaker.
Como os decía, me siento muy contenta.
As I said, it is an honor for me to introduce you to our next speaker.
Olga, y es que de repente se me va la cabeza. Olga Rodríguez Francisco.
Olga Rodríguez Francisco. I like to say the name of the mothers, always the surname of the mothers, Francisco in this case. She's a journalist, she's a writer, an activist, a feminist, and I don't know what else to say about her. She's a great person, and recently she's co-written the script of the film En los márgenes, in the margins, that's been just presented in Spain. She has written many books, but most of all, she's specialized in the exodus, the tragedies of the people in the contemporary world in the last 30 years. And we have all known about that thanks to the press news. She's also a very active press collaborator, and she has been in all of the countries where there's been a conflict, from Iraq to Palestine, Afghanistan, Morocco, Alger.
Ucrania recientemente, acaba de regresar hace unos días.
Ukraine, she came back from Ukraine a couple of days ago. She's going to tell us about that. But something else I would like to highlight is that she's very much involved in a platform for the recovery of one of the so many mass graves that we have in our country, in a village in León, Vilaldangos, where she has relatives, family members. She will refer to them later on as well. Without further delay, we're going to listen to Olga, and at the end, hopefully, there will be some time for questions or comments. Thank you. Welcome, Olga.
Hola, buenos días. Gracias.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Maria Jose, for being here. Thank you for allowing me to be here. And they asked me to talk about exodus in the world, so that's what I will do. I'm going to try to be brief. I'm going to show you pictures, my pictures, through which we can have a quick review of the situation in the world, of those exodus that can remind us so much of this desbandá in the Málaga-Almería road that were ignored at their time, and before which there are tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of families that have been affected by them, and also the mothers and the children and their grandchildren, because as we very well know, repression, flight, exilium, violence and pain goes through several generations. Unfortunately, we can talk about it in the present time. I have brought some pictures from Afghanistan. The Afghan population has been, up to the last 3-4 years, the population with the highest number of refugees and with a longer lasting refugee movement after, of course, the Palestine population. The invasion and occupation of Afghanistan in 2001 by the hands of the American troops brought with it new exiles, apart from the ones that already existed, that were the consequence of the previous wars. And in that scenario, which for decades it's been a chess board where the powers, international powers, are fighting to have the greatest amount of influence in the region. So this Afghan population has crossed, in many cases, up to 6 frontiers and a sea to reach Europe. We have been ignoring them for years, until last year in the summer, when the troops left Afghanistan. Suddenly, for 3 or 4 months, it seemed like, public opinion. So the means of the media and certain governments were momentaneously interested in the situation of the Afghan population. This population have been reaching Europe for many years, and they are in this kind of limbo. And in many cases, they are deported or live without the main fundamental rights in our own countries. And only for a moment during those months, and of course that was very much welcomed, but for some time, for a very short time, the rights of people were taken into account. Sometimes the rights of women are instrumentalized. It's like you can give them and take them away according to the geopolitical moment we are in. Here there are images of refugees in their own country. Kabul, for example, people that had come from the south of the country, Kandahar. This is also Kabul. So people that were trying to reach other destinations, and most of the Afghan refugees are in Iran, Pakistan, and Turkey. This is a refugees camp in the periphery of Kabul. This is a refugee camp that's been existing for decades. This picture was taken, I took it in 2004, and please remember it because I will tell you about one of the girls here that I met many years later. And here people live in houses made out of sticks and pieces of fabric, and they are helped by the Agency of the United Nations for Refugees, ACNUR. This is a school for refugee girls. This is refugee children. This is Afghan widows. They usually wear dress in white, and they just beg for some money at the entrances of of mosques. The perpetuation of the war in Afghanistan and everything that's happened in these few years have brought with it new exiles and exodus. This is the Pansir Valley, where many wars and many battles have taken place. It's got there's this idea that it is very quite inaccessible. These are Afghan women in one of the election processes that are queuing to vote. And in the year 2021, within the territory itself, there were 800,000 people that have been that have had to leave their country. It's a totally militarized one, and you know, it's all conditioned by the introduction of weapons and armament that's been happening for decades, and it all increased much more since 2001. In total, 5 million refugee Afghans in Pakistan, Iran, and Turkey, mostly. This is a school for children, for refugees' children. The century started with this invasion and occupation of Afghanistan, and as a direct witness of it, something else followed, and it was the opening of hell on earth. And that was the invasion and occupation of Iraq in 2003, where they threw, without mentioning Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the hardest and the biggest bombs were thrown during those weeks in the face of the invasion of Iraq. I covered it from Baghdad, and these all changed the history and physiognomy of a country forever, and it broke and totally tore down the country and its society. This bombing phase provoked a very high number of casualties, of civil casualties. They bombed markets in Baghdad, in the Iraqi capital city, and there were corpses lying on the floor like carpets and rugs. There were doctors undergoing surgery on the floor, in the corridors at the entrance of hospitals, trying to save lives because there was not enough room or medical instrumentation to help all of those people. I was the direct witness of the killing of Jose Couso, and nowadays I keep an injury that comes from that attack, precisely. And as in many other places, before and after and more, because that is the modus operandi, the press was the objective also of those attacks. The British historian Hoddy Cosman says that in the First World War, 50% of victims were civil victims, and the other 50% were armed, were part of the troops, part of the army. In World War II, the percentage of civil victims increased, and since the 90s, it was more than 90%. That is the percentage that is kept nowadays in all of the war conflicts around the world. So, at a moment in which we have high precision weapons, the most sophisticated ones you can have, ones that shouldn't fail, we have the highest percentages of civil victims in the last 100 years. So conclusions are very clear. And among those civil victims, we have the press and the media, with this impunity dynamic, which is so clear and with very apparent consequences, because if there are no direct witnesses of what's happening in a war conflict, then we cannot know what human rights are not being respected and which violations of those rights are taking place systematically, because we cannot have the evidence to document all those war crimes. And it's more and more difficult, and we're very conscious of it, because messages that are sent once and again is that, yes, we are a military objective. And this is something that I can tell you about that later on. We were identified press. In the case of Jose Couso killing, the Pentagon and Colin Powell recognized later on that we were at a place that everybody knew the international press was, etc., etc. But still we were the target. For those few days, we could collect and identify many targets. And once the regime fell and the American troops reached the heart of Baghdad, and they chose the square called Paradise to bring down Saddam Hussein's statue. In each of the squares in Iraq were statues of Saddam Hussein, but that's where the Hotel Palestina was, and that's where the press were. And they chose it so that tearing down of the statue was officially that image was officially disseminated. After that, there was a reintroduction of many weapons, and they established a quota system with which they gave the presidency of a country to a Shia, the Congress to a Sunni, and the presidents of the Congress to a Shia, and the power was distributed regarding quotas. And that was decided by United States and Bremer, who was a man allocated by Washington, and he self-established as the governor of Baghdad. During those days of violence, with the arrival of many European and foreign contractors to make their own business thanks to the war, that's when this opening of hell that I mentioned before started to happen, with thousands and thousands of that people. And an exodus that started in Iraq, but that still hasn't finished. Because a good proportion of Iraqis seek refuge in Syria. And that happened in 3 months, the massive arrival of Iraqis in Syria, a country of 24 million inhabitants then. And when Syria got into the war in 2011, again they had to start another exodus, and these meant they had Lebanon as a destination, later on Turkey, and finally something that was already known, because those who worked there and lived there knew that sooner or later many people would try to reach Europe, searching for a minimum level of dignity for their lives. Those days after the invasion and the occupation of Iraq, there was a lot of pillage in many Iraqi cities, and the American troops did nothing about it. I will never forget the Museum of Baghdad, for example, of the fire in Baghdad Library that held antique, very old documents that were very, very valuable. And in one of my articles, I said that it was that fire was trying to be put off thanks to two or three people and the person in charge of the library with a little bucket. And there were 3 American tanks in the corner, and I ran to tell them, can you not help? And they told me, we're following these orders of non-intervention. And that was the systematic answer we got the next few days for all the looting and pillaging that took place in the country. Then chaos came. This chaos cannot be attributed to not knowing what to do. It was something that was very well studied and seeked. This is a Paradise Square after the tearing down of the statue. The day in which that happened, on the 9th of April 2003, the day after the Americans attacked us, there was a soldier that went up the statue and put the flag for a few seconds there, which meant that this was an occupation. This was very polemic in the United States, and many part of the media censored it because it meant recognizing an occupation that they were denying. So they said, that they had gone there to free the Iraqi people and things like that. These are girls, Iraqi girls that had just got to Damascus, escaping from violence, persecution, repression. They started to kick the doors of many houses. At night, the disappearance and arrest and kidnapping of thousands of Iraqi men and women, and their total disappearance. So in some cases, it of course ended up in, or months later or years later, they would find their cadavers on the streets. In many other cases, the fortunate ones, they would come back to life because after being in secret American jails, they came out of which being other people. Kambuka was really terrible, for example. And they came out of there, and they were able to talk about it, to tell their story, with terrible side effects. In one of my books, "The Wet Man Doesn't Fear the Rain," it has this title because I tell the story of an Iraqi man that was arrested by the American troops with no charges, with no trial. And he was put in jail. His twin brother disappeared. He went through 11 American jails, Abu Ghraib and Kambuka as well. He was tortured. He had to go through all kinds of pressures. And when I met them sometime later in Damascus, after everybody thought they were dead, being twins, I could see them walking towards me. And one of them looked 30 years older than the other one. You could have perfectly noticed who had gone through those tortures and those secret jails. And this is the story that is part of so many families. This has happened in our contemporary history. And they got to Syria with those effects I collected many testimonies of women who were in Abu Ghraib, women who were tortured, humiliated. In my book, I tell the story about Yamila Abbas and her daughter that was arrested when she was a minor, how they were tortured. Minal, Yamila's daughter, was afraid that they would rape her. They were in their pajamas, their nightgown, and she spent weeks with those clothes. And she had a pin, and she had a pin here, and she held it all the time, every night. And she thought, you know, if they try to rape me, I will kill myself with this pin I have on my pajamas. Sometime later, she didn't know whether her mother was dead or alive, and we looked for her for months. And finally, we could get to know that she was in the secret jail of Abu Ghraib. When all those pictures came out, you know, those pictures were what the Western world needed to make something credible. This was a secret that all of us knew. We knew that all of those people that left, the family members were talking about it, but they were not white, and they would just accuse these American troops. And finally, these pictures saw the light, and that was what they needed, so that the world would think that was all credible. It was a horror that had been taking place for a very long time.
So survivors in this state, very difficult, they arrived to Damascus in 2007, 2008, and they got settled in houses of people who were involved in solidarity networks that didn't have nothing to do with the institutions. Still, another of the consequences has been the Islamization of the society, because these conditions of poorness, of poverty that start to appear in Syria, in Jordania, in Jordan, and across the borders. So they haven't disappeared. On the contrary, they are multiplying, and this is just the same camps that were settled for the Palestinian population. So those camps in Lebanon, in Jordan, or in Syria started being something like this. So small streets, very dark streets, because the same space that is allocated to the camps, to the tents, is the same space that was given to build the houses. So the original design, this square structure, is the result of the tents that were in place before. So we have camps like Shabra or Shatila in Lebanon that are unfortunately very well known. We're going to talk about the Palestinian population now, who are the refugees of longer time. As you know, in 1988, the first massive expulsion of Palestinian population by Israel took place, and this occupation has never stopped. It is in place every day. So every time I visit the Palestinian territories, I found new places that have been occupied, new places that has been joined to the Israeli territory. So as all the human rights organizations have acknowledged that there is a systemic discrimination against the Palestinian population that has no basic rights at the moment. This is a picture I took in Cisjordan, in a place that was allocated to the Palestinian government by the United Nations, but this has been occupied once again. So they built a checkpoint, so there is a series of civil Israeli columns that arrive. Then they just built this checkpoint, and then they start controlling the passing of Palestinian population through these checkpoints. So there is 4.6 million of Palestinian people, refugees. You know, there is the wall as well that is used to send out the Palestinian population. This is the entry to the city of Bethlehem. And the measures of control are more and more sophisticated. For instance, going to school for a Palestinian girl every morning can imply an impossible effort. I know girls who wake up at 4 in the morning with this hope, maybe today I can go if I make a very long queue to go to school. And, well, all the violence that is associated to all this. The fact that these fences, these controls are on a daily basis, it's a kind of discrimination and bad treatment that happens every day. This is the wall of entry to Bethlehem. May the peace be with you. That's what's written in the panel. This is one of the families that has to suffer this occupation and discrimination. Some of their children are dead or in jail. She's called Fatima. This is another family that at some point you see the roofs behind them. These roofs are from a colony that occupied the territory. A part of the garden of this family's house is used every day by the Israeli tanks. So every time they're going to cross, they just say, go into your houses, leave the garden, because we're going to cross. So this happens every day. He has his arm injured because he was beaten by the Israeli soldiers the day before when he was coming back from work. So that day, the bus wasn't coming, so he went there and asked for the bus, and he was beaten, just like that. Yeah. That's the West Bank, bombings in Gaza. Thousands of Palestinian people are dead from these attacks since, 9,000 people dead since 2000. This is the family that shows the road that these tanks cross every day and the colony that is in front of their home. And that was the day before, when the man who was beaten was just trying to recover a little bit. This is the checkpoint of Nablus with a control as well, control point and checkpoint. Very often we can see how they take decisions without any reason, actually. I have pictures of an ambulance who arrives, for instance, with a pregnant woman that was giving birth, and it was stopped at the checkpoint, and the woman finally gave birth at the checkpoint. Of course, there is Palestinian population in Jordan, in Lebanon, in Syria, as you know, and of course there is Palestinian population all around the world. Lebanon is another of the countries that is affected by this exodus that arrives from Palestine. And this country is hosting many refugees from the war in Syria and before from the war in Iraq. it suffered also a bombing by Israel. For instance, you can see this neighborhood that was bombed in 2006. You have the militias here of the Christian phalanx. This phalanx is inspired, but the phalanx was here in Spain, and Primo de Rivera. I hear voices there. Do you have questions? It's just comments. Okay. So you see here in the picture, it's the celebration, the tribute to the assassination of one of their leaders. And these are the militias in Beirut. This is a neighborhood of Palestinian refugees, mostly in Beirut, the neighborhood of Shatila, where there was also a killing at some point. More bombed houses, and of course the contrast you can find as in every warfare. But in Lebanon there are other worlds as well. So these places suffer conflicts and violence, but there are other sides of reality. You know, in Lebanon there has been a civil war during many years, and in the collective story of the population, you always have this contract. You suffer because of the war, but at the same time you look for escape, for another option, and try to enjoy, because there is always this possibility of dying or everything finishing. And you have other places where the Palestinian population takes part in political parties or factions or political parties that are allegedly armed. So here you can see that geography of these neighborhoods that were at the beginning refugees camp with tents, and then later on we have they have built houses, ones on top of the others, and with this network of all these wires, and of course without any essential service. You don't have a waste collection service, for instance. So basically these neighborhoods survive thanks to the agency, the humanitarian agency for the Palestinian population, which provides education and health services. And then you have all the neighborhoods that has been supported by Hezbollah or Iran, and that have been rebuilt, reconstructed. So in the framework of this flight that goes through Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, the Palestinian territories, when in 2011 we have the Arab Spring, we have one of the most important examples in Egypt, this is the most populated Arab country in the world. It's a fascinating country. We also have the Suez Canal that goes through the country, and we have some agreements, the Camp David agreements. So all these are features of the country. And there is a peace agreement with Israel. So a truly free and democratic very just neighborhoods with secular population and with left-wing ideas, and all these social movements, they get in touch with the clandestine trade unions of the area of Majala al-Kuma, mostly, where there are factories where 24,000 workers are employed. So these workers face a very strong oppression, they don't have rights, and so they create these secret trade unions, and women are the leaders of these trade unions. In February in 2008, in the textile factories of Majala, they take the power, women take the power, and they say, we are here, where are the men? Because they were all going to go to make a strike, and at the very last minute, the men decide not to make the strike, and a group of women decide to continue with the strike, and they call upon the men, where are you? So this is the starting point of a wave of strikes that took place in Egypt that also explain the uprising of the Arab territory that have been called the Arab Springs. I don't like it, the Arab Spring here in Europe, because this term do not include the trade union movement. So during weeks, you have strikes all the time with all of the implications. And the link between these two movements gave place to interesting things. A very interesting civil resistance towards the dictatorship of Mubarak. Then we have the demonstrations of 2011, not only in the Tahrir Square, but in every city, in every municipality, and mainly in the cities where there are textile factories. And of course, there is a participation of men and women. And so the final consequence is the fallen of Mubarak. And from that date, there is more oppression, more repression. And then when the war starts in Libya, some countries decide to intervene, and then the media focus goes from Egypt to Libya, and then Egypt becomes a very easy place for retaliation. And it was absolutely brutal. We were there and we saw shootings against the demonstrators, beatings, kidnappings. At the Tahrir Square, they took girls who were participating in a demonstration and they took them to the basement of the Cairo Museum, and they were tortured, and they called this torture like a virginity test or exams, of course without consent. And besides that, one of the commanders was interviewed at the CNN, and he said, well, those girls weren't like our daughters. So during those days, the representatives of the Western governments of the European Union, they were shaking hands with the commanders of the military board that was in charge of Egypt, of the government. And they were satisfied, they said. And I remember there was an international Amnesty report claiming against these virginity examinations. And the girls who denounced this were absolutely brave, and they even made statements and declarations in a country where this can imply a real stigma. So these are different images of demonstrations, Tahrir Square, workers of the factories. These are the bullets used by the government, bullets that killed people. There were thousands of people, thousands of casualties. And as you know, there were more shootings against demonstrations with more than 1,000 casualties in one single. Now we talk about Iraqi, Afghan, Syria, Palestinian, Egyptian, and Libyan population that joins into this exodus. And then we have the starting point to the journey in Europe. So all those who arrive, well, surprise, surprise, 2016, and there is refugees arriving into Europe as it was something new. Something we could already expect. So all these people is fleeing from wars, from repression, from the poverty and from the inequalities, just as so many people do, just like the African population does, and they are considered criminals because of that. So 2010, 2016, a lot of people arriving, for instance, in Hungary, they are very bad welcomed. I mean, they don't get any attention. The Hungarian police beat this population and put them into refugees camp without any of their basic needs covered. This is the metro station of Budapest with thousands of refugees that were stuck there. This is an Afghan lady with her daughter. People from Syria again sleeping outside on the floor. The civil population was given then things to cover themselves, or blankets. So in the train rails, as we have seen so many times, as this roadmap to follow to arrive somewhere else. The Hungarian police, at the time there was not the pandemics, but you have to notice that they are using gloves and masks because they're dealing with population that is considered so dangerous. And before that, the lack of will of Europe hosts an infamous percentage, almost nothing. So the countries that are hosting these people are Pakistan, Turkey, Lebanon, and we still are complaining here. And we are seeing how the most vulnerable groups, the migrants, the refugees are being stigmatized and criminalized. So at the summit of the NATO, they talked about immigration as an hybrid threat, and they put it in the same group as the terrorism, something we have to fight against. Where are we placing these persons that are victims of wars that our governments sometimes support, and where many governments of the so-called first world take part in these wars? So we can say our weapons go there and the people come here fleeing from the consequences of those weapons that we send there. So, and then we put these people in these kind of camps where they are tortured. We can see children sleeping like that on the floor when it's freezing. So here we have soldiers that might say, okay, I open the door and I say, you, and you. You can go in like that for no reason. Here, this woman was shouting, was saying, I have a baby, baby. And then, no, the door is closed and then you have to wait for still 2 more hours. So this happens here in Europe. And I'm going to finish. Well, we have also migrants that fly from places where the most developed countries have their factories and their businesses. And here you have the kind of treatment they receive. Hannah Arendt referred to the processes of dehumanization, collective dehumanization. So we've seen that in for some vulnerable sectors, the ones we call the others, but it is us too. Dehumanization. So we can see how these countries, the ones we called developing countries, we have sometimes seen attempts to find the truth. So commissions for the truth, like in Rwanda, reparation processes, exhumations, like the ones I have seen in the middle, for instance, in Guatemala or Salvador, in the Middle East as well. And even trials in El Salvador, a country that we could even call a failed state. And at the moment, there are trials. So everything I've been seeing through 20 years has made me make some questions. And this is going to be the finish for me. So why not in my country? Why not in Spain? Why not in my country? So after this long journey, after this circle, I left my country when I was only 22 years old to discover other worlds. And I see how in countries that are poorer than mine and allegedly less developed than mine, some things are happening. And I'm going to finish by talking a little bit about myself, because I am a part of the country. I was born on the 75, who was put in prison in Celorio in the concentration camp, and he suffered 2 simulated shootings. And he was a memory that gives us all the parts of this puzzle we have to complete to have an identity. So to the question, why not here, we can have many different questions, many different answers, sorry. So when I come back to Spain, I always seek for answers. And once again, I make the same questions, the questions I had when I was a teenager. And then I seek for the grave of my great-grandparent, who was arrested in León in 1936. He was in the concentration camp of San Marcos. And then one night, as many others, assassinated, killed in Villarangos del Páramo, where there is a mass grave with more than 80 persons. My family has been looking for him for years. And then we have made a long journey through the villages and archives and with any help from the institutions. And then I look for another way and I try to seek for other families. When you have 80 people disappeared and killed, you have a lot of families looking for them. And then we find each other, the families, and we share always the same story, the arrival to Páramos and the denial of the truth by the people from the village, and even the hostility and the people who says, we don't talk about that, nothing happened here, or if something happened, there was a reason. So it has been very difficult for us to find the grave, but we did it. And before we had to go through a voting of the neighborhood board against the exhumation. And this was done at the city hall, and any association decided to stop that. So the announcement of that voting was once again an obstacle, and we had to wait even more. And you know, there are so many families with sisters, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, great-grandchildren. So all this delay made that Rufino Juarez fell at the stairs, that he was so upset. He couldn't believe this happened in 2021, and he finally died, and he wasn't able to recover the remains of his father. So sometimes this is like a terror movie, but it's going to have a happy ending. The one at the corner, that was my great-grandfather, the father of Antonio. Many of the people in this picture was disappeared and killed. That's another family at the mass grave of Villarangos. And this is the Argentinian grandfather of my daughter. My companion is Argentinian, and his father is one of the more than 30,000 people disappeared during the Argentinian dictatorship. My daughter, who is 13, has grown equiparation and neutrality. You know, there is a museum of memory, and there has been trials. And in the trials, her companion, which is my mother-in-law, she had the opportunity to declare, to make a statement. And at the same time, my granddad, Antonio, died some years ago without truth, without justice, and without reparation. I am his granddaughter, and I won't allow this.
Muchas gracias, Olga. Muchas gracias a todas y a todos.
Thank you so much, Olga. Thank you so much to everybody. You know, I have my emotions here on my skin. That's why I didn't introduce you to these to the audience properly. It's because, you know, I was feeling a little bit emotional after all of these speeches. We do not have a few minutes for questions now. Okay, that's too bad. Well, I wanted to share a reflection I've made in relationship to all of this tragedy. That reminds us of this road, Malaga-Almería, and it brings us back, and it shows that this is never ending, and that unfortunately it goes on. You know, it's a shame that on the road in the year 37 we didn't have journalists like Olga, who could have told us about the facts. We had them in Guernica bombing, but we didn't have them in our road to death. I cannot say otherwise. We need to finish now. Thank you all, and especially thank you, Olga.
Sí, hola, hola. Bueno, vamos a comenzar esta mesa y, como es normal, pues empiezo presentándome, ¿no? Yo soy Isidoro Coello, soy miembro de la Junta Directiva de la Desbandá y para mí es un placer compartir esta mesa presentando a los ponentes, que con algunos pues tengo una relación ya de hace bastante tiempo, ¿no? Cuando hablamos de la desbandá, es decir, el motivo de esta mesa, cuando hablamos de la desbandá solemos pensar que todas las personas que salieron de Málaga hacia Almería eran malagueños y la verdad es que no es así. La huida de Málaga estaba conformada por andaluces de todo el territorio prácticamente, ¿no? Entonces, de lo que se trata esta mesa es el éxodo forzado de Málaga a Almería dentro de la dinámica de huida de la población civil andaluza y la retaguardia republicana. El mapa de los desplazamientos masivos de 1936 de Cádiz, Huelva, Sevilla y Córdoba. Y para este fin pues contamos con 3 ponentes: Manuel Velasco, Gonzalo Acosta y Manolo Morán. Va a comenzar Manuel Velasco Aro, que es de Los Corrales, nació en 1958, es profesor de EGB, es historiador y autor de varias publicaciones, presidente de la Asociación Guerra y Exilio de Andalucía. Es natural de Los Corrales, como he dicho, lugar donde nacen desde muy temprano sus inquietudes sociales, transmitidas directamente por la convivencia en dicho pueblo con el cura y líder jornalero Diamantino García. Por las mismas razones se vinculó también desde su fundación en 1976 al Sindicato Obrero del Campo y a los movimientos jornaleros. Es también a una edad muy temprana, en 1970, con el regreso a Los Corrales de su tío Francisco Aro, tras 30 años de exilio en Francia, cuando surge su interés por recuperar las consecuencias del golpe militar de 1936 y de la posterior guerra. Pero fue a partir de 1981 cuando comenzó a recoger los primeros testimonios e imágenes de exiliados en el sur de Francia, escribiendo a su regreso también los primeros artículos en revistas locales y cartas y periódicos. Bien, con respecto a Manuel Velasco, su tesis, su ponencia, va a hablar de lo que fue la huida de la zona sur de Sevilla hacia Málaga, ¿no? Y como es preferible que luego quede tiempo para hacer preguntas y no nos pase lo que en otras, yo voy a cortar aquí su presentación y ya le doy la palabra directamente a Manolo Velasco y que él empiece con su ponencia, con el fin de que luego haya más tiempo. Así que, Manuel, cuando quieras.
Muy bien, pues buenos días, amigos y amigas. Gracias, Isidoro, por la presentación. Y bueno, yo tengo también que decir que lo que voy a exponer es un breve resumen de esta publicación que se hizo en el año 2015, que estuve coordinando durante varios años y que recoge lo que fue la ocupación, la represión y la huida hacia Málaga de 3 comarcas: la Sierra Sur de Sevilla, la comarca de Antequera y la comarca de Ronda. Yo creo que es importante conocer qué es lo que pasó en los pueblos, porque nos descienden a los lugares más pequeños, donde podemos ponerle no solamente cara, nombre y apellido a las víctimas, sino también a los golpistas, a los asesinos y también a los criminales, como veréis también a continuación. En fin, pues vamos a retrotraernos un poco y de manera muy rápida, porque no tenemos tiempo, a lo que fue ocurriendo desde el propio 18 de julio, donde desde los primeros momentos, pues las zonas que controlaron los golpistas, comenzó una sangrienta represión nunca antes conocida. Las detenciones de todas aquellas personas consideradas contrarias a los golpistas pues fueron acabando en crueles crímenes en las tapias de los cementerios o en los alrededores. Y a buena parte de las víctimas del golpe pues les cogió bastante por sorpresa, sin apenas tiempo a reaccionar. Otros iban escuchando lo que estaba ocurriendo en los pueblos de alrededor y rápidamente emprendieron la huida hacia una zona más segura. En la provincia de Sevilla las ocupaciones se extendieron con bastante rapidez durante los primeros días y, a excepción de una parte de la Sierra Sur de Sevilla, esta parte que vemos aquí, cercana a la provincia de Málaga, y también en Córdoba, la resistencia permaneció durante más semanas e incluso en el norte de la provincia de Córdoba se mantuvo hasta el final del conflicto. Por tanto, la huida de miles de personas de la campiña sevillana se dirigió principalmente hacia estas zonas más cercanas a la provincia de Málaga, y nos vamos a detener un poco en los pueblos. De hecho, uno de ellos es Los Corrales, que es de donde yo soy, pero en esos pueblos donde se mantuvo pues, prácticamente hasta principios de septiembre. En las primeras horas del golpe, pues ya digo que no se produjeron reacciones inmediatas y la gente siguió haciendo vida normal, y esto, pues a través de los mensajes que empezaron a llegar por las radios de los bares, la gente se agolpaba, empezaron a tener como consecuencia que las comisiones gestoras de los ayuntamientos y las organizaciones de izquierda empezaran a reunirse y a tomar las primeras decisiones. La primera decisión fue organizar comités de defensa que empezaron a montar guardias en las entradas y salidas de los pueblos de una manera muy rudimentaria, con palos, con escopetas de cacería, controlaban a quienes entraban y salían de noche. Incluso en algunas calles se fueron montando pues, barricadas con arenas metidas en saco que traían desde los arroyos. A partir de entonces prácticamente toda la actividad en el campo se paralizó y la consecuencia más directa fue la falta de productos básicos y la necesidad de alimentar a la población, una responsabilidad que asumieron los propios comités. Otra de las decisiones que tomaron estos comités de defensa fue comenzar a detener a todos aquellos que consideraban contrarios o de derechas porque tenían armas en sus casas y, por tanto, le quitaron las armas y empezaron a encerrarlos en las prisiones locales, en los locales del ayuntamiento e incluso en las escuelas. Osuna, que era y es la cabecera de comarca y del partido judicial, pues desde el mismo 18 de julio la Guardia Civil no había mostrado todavía sus intenciones, se mantuvieron en contacto con el comité, pero el día 20 de julio un capitán de la Guardia Civil se llevó tropa a la plaza, tomó el ayuntamiento y desde allí se pronunció su adhesión a los golpistas. Hubo una escasa resistencia entre el 22 y el 24 de julio, pero desde Tablada enviaron aviones que bombardearon esas calles donde estaba la resistencia y rápidamente lo controlaron. Por tanto, Osuna se convirtió también en el lugar más próximo para los derechistas de los demás pueblos que aprovecharon de noche para irse hacia este lugar y concentrándose allí. En la provincia de Sevilla, pues ya la mayoría de los pueblos a finales de julio estaban ya controlados y sin apenas medios para ofrecer resistencia. Anda por aquí. Villanueva de San Juan y Algámitas. Hay que señalar que, a pesar de lo que estaba ocurriendo en las zonas controladas por los golpistas, todavía a 31 de julio en estos pueblos no se habían producido víctimas, con lo cual tenemos que tener en cuenta la diferencia en el comportamiento y la conducta dentro de ya el golpe militar y la guerra declarada, el comportamiento que tuvieron en una zona y en otra. Las parroquias fueron los lugares que eligieron para economatos. Como la actividad en el campo estaba paralizada, hasta allí se llevaban los alimentos que iban requisando en los cortijos, en las casas de los propietarios, para poder alimentar a la población. Y no será hasta la segunda semana de agosto cuando comienza a registrarse una mayor ofensiva, sobre todo contra los cuarteles de la Guardia Civil que estaban cerrados. Aquí en esta calle que vemos en la imagen, al final había un cuartel que fue uno de los asaltados. Pero las fuerzas sublevadas se acercaban cada vez más. Y la mañana del 18 de agosto, desde un avión de Tablada, bombardearon todos aquellos pueblos y muchos creyeron que ya había llegado el momento de la ocupación y se fueron alejando hacia las afueras del pueblo. Pero bueno, el avión volvió a Tablada y la gente también regresó a sus lugares de origen. Osuna pues lógicamente, como estaba en manos de los golpistas, era el punto del que la gente pensaba que se iba a iniciar el ataque. Y el 21 de agosto se produjo el primer intento. Por una parte, salieron desde Osuna una columna de guardias civiles y de falangistas y de derechistas que se habían ido concentrando, tomaron Martín de la Jara, llegaron a los corrales con intenciones de seguir hasta el Saucejo. Y desde el norte de Cádiz salió también otra columna que se dirigió a la Gámita, la ocuparon, también Villanueva, y conjuntamente estaban puestos de acuerdo para asaltar el Saucejo, porque era allí donde estaban concentrados todos los guardias civiles. Pero esas noticias llegaron pronto a los milicianos de la parte de Málaga, de Campillo sobre todo, que quedan muy cerca de estos pueblos. Rodearon el cuartel, hubo un intenso tiroteo y allí murieron 7 guardias civiles. Aquello ya enardeció lo que era la zona, la comarca, y a continuación en el Saucejo también cogieron al cura y al hermano y también acabaron fusilados. Pues esos hechos atemorizaron a esas columnas que habían llegado desde Osuna y desde el norte de Cádiz y regresaron hacia atrás. Pero en realidad estas localidades no representaban ningún punto estratégico donde
where we could use our effort, but the operation that was going to be organized had to be within a general advanced searching for a bigger objective. This objective was in Ronda, that's why the book is called Objective Ronda. The train went through it, it came from Algeciras and it went to Granada, so they having these lines meant being able to have these railways where they could introduce weapons and men for the future conquest of Malaga. This military operation was organized officially because it was going to be taken from 3 fronts. From the north, the Luis Redondo, commander, leading one of the columns, would take Saucejo, Los Corrales, Martín de la Jara, and then they came back to Villanueva and Algávida. From Antequera, Varela, Varela would go to Campillo, Teba, and it would join the column in Cañete, the one that came from the south part of the mountain range, and there they would follow towards the occupation of Ronda. With that strategy, on the 3rd of September, the whole operation started with Commander Luis Redondo, together with the representative of Requete in Seville. They left on the 3rd of September towards Saucejo, and the main military leaders stayed. They stayed in the current university. At 5 in the morning, they started marching towards Saucejo, and they started shooting cannonballs, and there was not a lot of resistance, only the militia with guns, with shotguns, and they could do nothing. And they had to flee together with their family through along the road that goes to Campillos and into the province of Malaga. On Monday, 7th of September, once Saucejo was occupied, they left to Los Corrales, and in this point they placed a cannon, and there you can see the population, and they started throwing cannonballs to the village. 1/3 of the 4,000 inhabitants of that village left searching for Campillo. At 5 in the afternoon, they were going into the streets, kicking the doors, shouting hands up, white flags, and something that stayed in people's minds, long live Christ the King. And with these ultra-Catholic feelings. They also took Martín de la Jara seen how hundreds of neighbors of Martín de la Jara were escaping towards Campillo, the province of Málaga. Immediately on the 11th, they came back. They took Villanueva and Algamitas, and in the same story was repeated. Trying to escape and searching for the province of Málaga. People escaped, as we said, and they continued marching towards Cañete and there in Cañete, they joined the troops that had left from Antequera. These are El Algabeño, with the rich people on horse. They came from Seville. And José García Carranza is the one who accompanied Varela in the taking of Campillo. And he was famous for being a fascist who cooperated with Sanjurjo in the attempt of coup d'etat of the year 32. On Sunday, on the 13th of September, with so many people arriving in Campillo, they never knew that Varela would leave Antequera with, apart from the troops from Morocco, some infantry troops, Tablada planes. They got there without finding any kind of resistance. In 2 hours, they got into Campillo, while hundreds of families were running, terrorized along the road of Ronda. The persecution took several kilometers and many people were reached. And later on in Campillo, many neighbors were shot. On the 14th of September, they occupied Deva. Before, this morning I think, they talked about the occupation of Deva. In the same day that it was occupied, they killed 80 people that same night. They didn't find any kind of resistance there, and Deva's population would start running as well towards the area of Lechur. This is the road that comes from Cañete, and this is the crossroads that leads to Ronda. There we have Redondo, and leading the Requetés and Varela. And I don't know if you've gone through that, but the same design of the road is kept, and even if years have gone by. And they continue, they get to Cuevas del Becerro, and the shooting of, the mass shooting of peasants took place as well. On the 16th of September and on the 17th, the Moroccan troops are shooting towards Ronda. Also, Tablada planes are bombing Ronda and leaving, of course, the streets full of cadavers. Finally, in Ronda, the two columns, victorious, meet up, and there is a parade, and another part of them continue to persecute the people that were running away towards Alcántara, and fulfilling most of their objectives. Once the operation is finished, and if we compare it with the map that we saw before, these are the advanced points and the spot that they were taken gradually, and the new Republican area stayed behind El Chorro, with the populations like Alora, Carratraca, and other ones that were close to Malaga. Families were arriving in all of that area, the ones that were fleeing away from all those occupied territories from the south mountain range of Seville, Antequera, Ronda, and many remember how they were welcomed, how this village welcomed them. Many of them started to work on the fields in the valley of Guadalhorce, and they stayed there for 4 months. Many neighbors that just were scattered away in the country villas and the other villages and the occupied area, they thought, you know, if we haven't done anything, maybe if there's nothing to fear, and they could come back to their villages, because they heard that if there was not blood in their hands, then they could come back. but they could never imagine how the local far-right political parties would start with the punishment and the cleaning process that they decided to do house by house, family by family, and street by street. The Falangist militias started to work with the members that got daily salaries for today. So this is the day when they started killing people in my village. And then I could see these other pieces of paper. This is the first time I'm showing it in public because the sons and the children and grandchildren of these people still live there. These are the people that they remember were the killers that went out at night to kill all of those people. And these were the amount of money that they have received. 35, 25 pesetas, 35. There were several pages like this one, and I was emotionally affected by it when I saw it. This page in which you can see that people are receiving money for killing other people. So the most bloody terror started then for the neighbors of those villages. Crimes started with no statement whatsoever, and they happened daily, mostly next to the walls of the cemeteries, and many times they went to arrest those chosen. They would beat them, they would tie their hands and lead them towards the place where the killers were waiting. And others, after being arrested, they obliged them to dig their own graves in the afternoon where they would rest at night. There were many women taken there. They were raped because they had been sewing the red flag or because they had relatives that had escaped. I have to clarify that in that area we don't talk about La Desbandá, we talk about La Huía. And when they came, they said they were rehuío, which means that they came back after fleeing away. But if the death arrived many homes, there were also hundreds of women who were vexed in a way that they copied from the Italian fascists, and they shaved their heads and they forced them to drink some kind of very aggressive oil to purge them somehow. And this is what was happening in those villages right after the occupation. But together with those that had fled away to Malaga after the second week of January in the year 37, they started to conquer the Franco ships that started bombing the city. So the arc of action would stay at 50 kilometers, more or less. And the Republican resistance was kept up until the 6th of February. But they were not very well organized, and they started to come back to the city. And finally, on the 7th, that's when they ordered the massive escape along the road of Almería. They talked about 150, 250,000, 300,000. So that was with all the people that came from the areas we mentioned before. Other things that happened, I was told about this by a man who was carrying water, because in Malaga, many people came from those villages and regions and nobody knew them. So they arrested them. They had them there, locked in several places, and there were the committees, the right committees that knew them. They just led them to a patio and they started saying, yes, we know them. He was there, he was there, he was there. And at night, they were shot. And many of them died on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of February of the year 37 in San Rafael Cemetery. And we have seen their names there. There's a high number of neighbors of the south mountain range of Seville and other locations. After the fall of Malaga, part of those that had not been arrested started to be brought back because that was part of the normality, the coming back of those people to their places of origin. There was a good amount of people in the Popular Front, etc. So they were making some reports with those people that were offering that information, and immediately they were arrested in local prisons, councils, schools. And there is a very curious anecdote of a family in my village. They left to Malaga, and when they came back, they saw that their house was full of prisoners. So they were prisoners in their own home for 2 or 3 weeks until they took them to Seville. And many of them were shot between March and July of the 37, and others were shot in the capital cities. This is a provincial jail in Seville. There were trials there, and many of them ended up in San Fernando Cemetery in Seville. They started the second repression. Before we said it was the first repression, and now there was a new wave of repression. Here they had a war court, a war trial that would execute them, and the provisional balance of victims would give us an idea of the terror that took place. Osuna, the first one that fell, 242 dead people. In Saucejo, a village that had a little bit more than 4,000 inhabitants, 160 deaths. Algamita, a village with less than 2,000, 182. Villanueva, with less than 2,000 inhabitants, 162 deaths. In Corrales, 101. In Martín de la Jara, 28 dead people. So there is a part in those villages where nobody from the right political side were killed. Together, we have 875 victims and 972 prisoners. And we, of course, have to add the victims that appeared in the other regions. For example, Antequera, 1,205, and in Ronda, 673. Altogether, 2,843 casualties. Of course, those figures have gone up because that's something that was published in 2015. Most of them were not registered in the books and councils, and they were not recognized by Catholic Church.
There is a third wave of repression, but I'm not going to broach it because we don't have time. But anyway, the number of victims keep rising. And we have needed many years after the coup to start documenting with the names, with the dates, with the places of all these victims of reprisal. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues el siguiente ponente es Manuel Morán Castro.
So our next speaker is a technician, and he works in the field of environmental management in the area of Córdoba. He's Manuel Morán Castro, and he's going to make an intervention entitled Flight and Resistance in the Valley of Guadalquivir. He's worked on this research with Professor Naranjo Portugués. And he's going to talk about the experience of peasants of the Valley of Guadalquivir, so territories that were occupied by the Francoist troops from August to September 1936. Sorry. Manuel, the floor is yours. Hello. Thank you very much. Our book, the book I made with Luis Naranjos, entitled Huida y Resistencia en el Valle del Guadalquivir was an attempt to collect all the information about the peasants who were living in the valley of Guadalquivir at the time, the lives, the work they made. But when trying to do this, when interviewing these people, they always told us about the war, which had been the most important experience of their life. So all the stories about the 16th February 1936, in all the small villages where there was a dream of achieving universal rights for all the citizens, education, equality and progress. In the area where I live, which is Almodóvar del Río, in the valley of Guadalquivir, is one of the richest areas in terms of fertile soil in Andalusia. And there are many big landowners. It is called the Campiña, and it is close to Seville as well. And we have been a territory with many demands and many revendications, many claims in terms of working rights, because in this area there was slavery. It was very common, and it was work from dawn to dusk. And one of the demands these people made, these peasants made was the agriculture reform, agrarian reform. So after February 1936, these peasants were really afraid of losing the privileges they achieved with the Republic. But the landowners were working in a conspiracy because they didn't want the peasants to take advantage of the privileges provided by the Republic. So these landowners decided not to plant all the fields, for instance, on strategies like this. So we had people like Cruz Conde, Eduardo Queto, who were big landowners. And if you ask to the people from Córdoba about these names, they would say that these are street names of the city in Córdoba because they were very powerful landowners. And of course, there were the military like Queipo de Llano, Cascajo, who was also very well known in Córdoba. And in Córdoba, in the capital city, the genocide starts on the 19th of July with a great number of executions commanded by Luis Zurdo, a commander of the civil guard. And then we have an even worse commander who was Don Bruno, because Luis Zurdo, he liked going to bars as well, so he wasn't so focused, but Don Bruno was really focused on this kind of executions. So the city of Córdoba hosts the first desbandá towards the mountains, Cerro Muriano. There were hundreds of people being shot, mainly trade unionists who had made a strike to complain about the coup. And after these trade unionists, there was the families as well. Nobody knew exactly what was going to happen. So at the first time they hid in the mountains. On the 18th of July, the peasants of Andalusia woke up just like every day, like a normal day. And they were going to the fields to do their tasks, their duties, their very hard work, without knowing what was going to happen to them. So the 19th of July, the province of Córdoba had 48 out of 75 municipalities under the control of the rebel army. But the peasants were not, didn't accept this, so they fought with all their means against the rebellion. And most of the rebels who tried take the control of the municipalities, found the opposition of the peasants. So immediately they started to create defense committees, Republican defense committees, or even revolutionary committees, because there was the birth of one of the rare singular revolutions here, because the people took control of the wealth of the landowners for the first time. So they created facilities for distributing food, other goods, because so the workers organize all this quite with success, in fact.
Los trabajadores ven que los cuarteles estaban siendo ocupados por la Guardia Civil, como he dicho antes.
So the civil guard start taking control of the quarters, and the peasants try to defend these facilities with what they had, shotguns or everything they had. They put in place barricades as well. We have José Bernéz Aguayo, a young commander who died later on and who works with other militiamen to organize a significant group of militiamen to try to stop the rebel army. It's very difficult for me to pronounce these words of the criminal Capo de Llano, because these are such terrible and savage words. But everyone knew this message, all the inhabitants from the villages of that region, from the 26th July 1936. Here is the province of Córdoba. You see in black the limits of the province, and in purple you see the advancement of the rebel army in July 1936. Some people may ask why the people from Córdoba didn't flee to Jaén. But the reason is that in the south of Córdoba they were much closer to Málaga. For instance, villages like Puente Genil, Rute, they were closer to the Republican territory of Málaga.
Desde Córdoba salían.
And from Córdoba we had soldiers bombing villages like Almodóvar, for instance. We have some impacts in the castle, and we can see, and we know also that they killed quite a high number of people. And many of the families escaped to the mountains, and they would just sleep outside or find some shelter where they could hide. They didn't know if the situation would last more or less. So they say that they hid in the mountains like rabbits. So you see here Almodóvar, Sierra Morena, the mountains, and places where people tried to hide around the village in an area of some kilometers. And you see two people here, Antonio Gavero and El Algarreño, Antonio Cañero, who was a bullfighter, and they were friends with Capo de Llano. They were members of the Falange. Antonio Cañero, El Algarreño, he acted mainly in Seville. So we used to say that they were riding horses and they were carrying rifles, and they were just killing everyone they wanted, just like that. And then at the end of the day, they will go back to Cordoba, they will go to the bars and tell everyone what they had been making the whole day. For instance, on the 27th of July 1936, they killed in Almodóvar del Río Soledad Pastor Serrano. They just get to her house and just killed her. I could give you many examples. For instance, Josefa Gallero Alcaraz, who begged these mothers to please let her give birth to her child, but they didn't. They took her to the cemetery, to the walls, and they just shot her. And they gave her castor oil, and they put bags on her mouth. This is a picture of some women in Montilla as well. Women who couldn't escape from the village, and they suffered all this kind of atrocities. They would shave their heads, gave them castor oil, and then later on just kill them. This is a picture of a fascist newspaper where they say that in Fernán Núñez they took a group of militiamen, and they said they had hunted them and killed them, 53 people in one day. So this is one of the first pictures they published showing a mass execution. This news got to the villages, and people, when they learned about this, they just had to escape. Massive killings in Puente Genil. Still more statements from Queipo de Llano. Tomorrow we're going to Peñafort. The wives of the Red have to get ready to dress in black. Morón, Castro del Río, Puente Genil, get your graves ready. I allow you to kill like a dog to anyone who tried to confront us. So the army was gaining ground through the Guadalquivir Valley, but they found the barricades from the militiamen. So the militiamen were just starting. It was the very first moment, and they tried to resist, but they didn't have the possibilities, because the army they had in front of them was armed and it was a very experienced army, not like them. Still, somebody who, well, after the arrival of the rebel army on the 26th of August, 10% of the population of Palma del Río was shot. And the rebel army was the executor of this mass killing, but it was initiated. It was by initiative of Felix Moreno, who was a great landowner and looking for food to distribute to the people. And now he was saying he was going to kill 10 laborers for every bull killed. So everyone who was living in the village lost a member of their family that day. Everyone. This is also an image. You have in blue the direction of the advancement of the troops. And on the 18th of July, they get to Cordoba, to the capital city. And then there is a first flight to Cerro Muriano. The 9th of August, you have the same in Constantina with almost 1,000 executions. And with a flight towards Navas de la Concepción. Later on, Navas de la Concepción falls as well. So basically, the whole village of Contastina and Navas de la Concepción, they just fled towards the mining area. On the 20th of August, there's Almodóvar del Río, that is occupied by the troops coming from Córdoba. And then it was an escape, a flight from this village towards Posadas, Villaviciosa first and then Posada. Then later on, La Cueva de los Infantes falls as well because of a series of aerial bombings, and the population escapes towards Posadas. And then Posadas becomes like a center. There is also a food distribution center that was occupied later on by the Phalange and the church. And on the 27th of August, we have Palar del Río that falls as well, with the landowner Don Felix Moreno making the executions I told you before, and they escape to Posadas. And in Posadas, there are already around 15,000 people. But some archives show documents where there are around 20,000 people gathered in Posadas. So on the 28th, before the troops arrived to the village, the people from Posadas get in touch with the people of Villaviciosa by telephone, and they have the visit of the delegation from Villaviciosa, and they decide that it is not possible to stop the rebel troops. So there is this great march that starts with thousands of people. We have many testimonies. It's not, of course, the same as La Desbandá here in Malaga, but they also suffered from bombings from the aviation and also by land. And they have these killers, these murderers from the Cañero battalion. So they just went through the crowds with the rifles and just shooting people with these sabers. And then Cerro Moriano, and finally Hornachuelos, which is the last village of the mountains that falls on the 7th of September. And they have a way to escape. It is a very difficult path through the mountains. And a group of militiamen who knew the territory was a very difficult way. And they make this journey, they use this path, but many people get lost because it was so difficult. There was a militiaman called Clarito who guided the group, and he saved many lives. But then he was punished because he did that. These pictures are by Robert Capa and Greta Taro in Cerro Moriano. These are the first pictures of journalists in times of war. We don't have pictures for our territory, but I guess we could have this kind of pictures, groups led by women. We know that in the sugar factory, the Phalange members installed like control points or points where other people was shooting those who were escaping. You have the road between Posadas and Villaviciosa. Around 20,000 people reached this village who was still under the Republican control. We have different spots that were also bombed images from Robert Capa. And many families didn't want to leave what they had. That was very few, actually. So they took their animals, and sometimes they had to left these animals behind. They were bombed in the mountains. And one of the things that helped them the most, thousands of people and other villages in the area, like Posadas, for instance, they have paid tribute to all the help they received from this village. These 3 women told us their stories. They saw dead people, and they had a very difficult way escaping to the Republican area. And they said, we knew where we had to go. We had to go to the Republican area, of course. Villaviciosa was occupied on the 8th of October. And they fled to La Albondiguilla, which is a spot where hundreds of family, which is a train station where hundreds of family gathered, waiting, trying to take the train. But there was not place enough for everyone. So some of them had to go to Villanueva de Córdoba or other places. And people were forced to leave their donkeys or everything they had. At the time, a donkey was also the way, I mean, of transport, and they had to leave many of the belongings there. And of course, it was ship trains, not trains for regular passages.
Gente que se fue en tren por el círculo acá.
So you see both lines, the one. Well, I'm going to finish very soon. So, to Villanueva de Córdoba, where the river was, Villanueva de Córdoba became the destination of many refugees, around 16,000. And we have some documents from Campesinos Sin Tierra. This is the map of the flight of all the persons that tell us their story. For instance, José Torremocha, who was one of the leaders of the defense committee in the area, and he tells us his pathway for escaping. And he told us that it was very difficult to convince people to leave because they would refuse to leave. And when they were already outside villages, somebody told them 2 of the landowners have died. And then people realized that if the landowners are dying, then we're going to die too. Of course, we have to leave. And here there is Eusebia from Palma del Rio. Her family left, and she didn't have time to do it. She was 18 at the time. So she and her friend went to search for some siblings that were lost. They went to the Corralón de Don Félix, and they looked through a window and they saw hundreds of hats, and she recognized her brother because there was a pin that she recognized. And here there's Úrsula Castro Quesada, my mother. It's hard for me to talk. I could tell you so many stories of my mom. She told me many things. But she had her mother, who was a widow, and her brother, and they only had a donkey. And they made her way up to Villaviciosa alone. They didn't know the mountains. They went through a very hard time, and they were bombed as well. They say it was August, and it was really hot. And also, not only because it was hot, but also because they wanted to take their clothes with them, and they had to wear all the clothes at the same time. It was the only way to do it. Here's Adelaida when she got to the station of Hornachuelo, of the train, because the train was already running. She fell. Her mother also jumped out to take her. Well, to rescue her. There are hundreds of stories. I do not have time enough. But Ana Ramos Garcia, the daughter of the last guerrilla man from the province of Córdoba, José Ramos Garcia, they also had to flee. He came back to the village, but life was so difficult. He had to escape, and he was finally killed in 1952. Manuel Plazo de los Sánchez, my father-in-law, is still hard for me to keep talking about him. He told me so many things. It was so hard. One of the things he usually tells is that they stopped to take a rest in the Guadiato River, and women, because there was always women, elderly, and children, they put the clothes to dry in the plants that were around, and because the military and the soldiers saw the white of the clothes, they started shooting. Manuel Moral Pineda, my father, he never told us what happened to him, never, until he was really old, because he had a great trauma. When they arrived to Villaviciosa, he was 12 years old, and he was playing in the outskirts of the village, and they listened to the planes, and the bombs killed one of his friends, José Rodríguez Ochavo. He's a shepherd. All his family was taken to prison because they gave milk from the goats to the people who was escaping. That was his crime. José Morocobos. He left Fuente Palmera, and he entered into the front to fight for the Republic, and he never stopped fighting. He went to all the front lines in Spain, and he ended up in a concentration camp in France. He went also into the French Legion, and he fought against fascism in Libya, in Algeria, in Italy. And he was very close to the place where Mussolini was killed. Thanks to the flight, many men and women were able to keep on fighting for the Republic, defending democracy in the front lines. So these flights are an act of anti-fascist struggle. And then many people who were in the Republican area, and they were, because of that reason, they were arrested, executed, or put into jails or prisons. We have a very famous canal where many people from the area was arrested, and they were just working to make something for the rich men of the area. So that was the way they were thanking the rich for what they did for the fascism, and many people died in this spot. And I'm going to finish with this. This was the Spain that we had after the war. Many children working because their parents had been executed, or they were in concentration camps or in the exile. So these children, they never went to school. They never knew the Republican school. They were slave children. And meanwhile, the landowners got their way.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Manuel.
Well, thank you very much, Manuel. We're running a little behind schedule here. Anyway, in the forum for the memory of Córdoba, you have the book here, Peasants Without a Land, Campesinos sin Tierra. So if there is something that you still want to know, of course, you can contact him. Our next speaker, Gonzalo Acosta Bono, she's an urban geographist. He's been working in the urban services in the management of the field. And of course, the presentation is much longer, but if I dwell on his introduction, I'm taking time out of what he's going to use for his speech. He's prepared an exhibition on the contents and working methodology through the cooperation and mutual support. And this exhibition is in one of the rooms here. His talk is a reflection on los exilios por el sur, the exiled on the south, and he will talk about how this exile was present in many Andalusian areas since the beginning of the military coup, ways that went to Portugal and to the north of Africa as well. And Gonzalo, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Well, everybody here has said thank you, and I want to do it as well. But as I said, we do not have a lot of time, but I want to transmit several ideas. After the speeches we've listened to, the talks, I was going to propose you to try to place yourself in a moment in which the United Nations have already created ACNUR, the specialized organism for refugees. Because at that time of the War of Spain, these kind of organizations didn't exist. It's something that would, it's a precedent that justified the setting up of an organization like that one. Why? Because, and we have seen that before, Olga told us about it, in this present conflict, the Spanish conflict showed that all of these realities were present, and particularly these two people that talked before me. And the only thing that I tried to do was to interpret this concept, the concept of movement, because they include modalities, the modality of exile, but also internal movements, just like, you know, the road of Malaga-Almería is a witness of that. And this also goes up to the Pyrenees. But I'm going to focus on other exiles that start from the very beginning, at the moment that people start to think that it's the situation's dangerous and a repression is going to come up, exerted by an army that had it in their agenda, as we have seen, with the with capo statements and the documents that we have seen. So we have this image of exile, which is very powerful. The 500,000 people that left the French frontier, the border. But since the beginning, the exile on the south is directed towards other regions, other places, Portugal and the north of Africa, since the very beginning. Because the army was very fast in the occupation of Cádiz, Seville, and part of Córdoba and Huelva, and since there, the exile is a possibility that is totally and absolutely present in many people since the beginning. The paths followed by this exile is the reason for an exhibition that we presented in the last La Desbandá, and we wanted it to reflect this option that gives rise to less known or worse known situations. For example, the case of Portugal. Why? Because in Portugal there was also a fascist regime, as you know, and they gave the order to take action in the border itself, and the situation took place along the limit, what's called La Raya. It's a not very clear limit when it comes to social relations, and also sharing a language which is impregnated, with words from one language and the other situation. In this context, we have to say that what we had was there was an action was taken in the border, in the frontier, with these sudden returns, and we know that that's happening also in the north of with the frontier with the north of Africa. These returns, immediate returns, meant that they had them in jail quite soon. This is a case of Miguel Hernández. I don't know if you know that, because this is not very well known, but he was arrested in Rosal de la Frontera. I'm sorry, in the Portuguese part of it, and he was in the guard post of Rosal, is where his pilgrimage throughout different jails started until he died. But we have to mention that there was a very significant moment in this displacement towards Portugal, and that was the Badajoz massacre. These border passes were used through the river Guadiana and also the Portuguese region of the south, Algarve and Alentejo. So Seixa, who made it easier, made it all easy going against the authorities that were under the orders of which he was. This exhibition was presented in Barranco because we thought it was a way of giving back something after the solidarity that they showed. And now we're going to mention also the flight that took place from Malaga to Almería. When it didn't end in Almería, but also from Almería they moved towards the north of Africa. From Motril there were many ships as well, and then from Ayamonte as well they left for Casablanca. In the north of Africa there was a significant presence of exiled people who lived in this territory, including, of course, Morocco and Algeria, but also Tunisia, where people that were part of this Republican Spanish army ended up. This map shows as well some of the most relevant things of this north of Africa exile. This is where the concentration comes. This was the way in which people were gathered. For a long time, the Vichy regime in France, Nazist one, it started a project that was called the Trans-Saharan Train, That was some kind of a dream that had already been thought about since the beginning of the 20th century. And the authorities of Vichy decided that it was the right time to implement that, to carry out that work. That would link the north of Algeria in the Mediterranean coast to the Atlantic coast in Dakar in Senegal. This reality was very much debated on from the technical point of view, because it was very hard to have a train going through the desert of the Sahara. But some works were carried out, and these have been very well identified thanks to the different testimonies. In the case of this claim, which appears at the end of the text, Spanish, you have reached the field of Jeffa, you are in the desert itself, think that here death is the only thing that will set you free. This is reality. This was a project that at the beginning was a photography project. It was called Los Caminos del Ferrocarril, the paths of the train, paths of sand. Because the work that stays there, they are of course very deteriorated, but they were the object of this work, and they show the consequences of the whole thing, because this was not feasible, of course. This project was not feasible in general. And in these fields, there was a documentary that was called Captured on the Sand, and that showed the punishment that they got in these concentration camps, in these works that we mentioned before, but also the hardship in their daily living ended up with the death of so many people in circumstances that have never been studied. And short ago, a year ago or something like that, they discovered a mass grave. But in a place and a context like that one, and without testimonies that could offer information on where those mass graves are, it's very complicated. And this is what I wanted to say with a little bit more time, but this is what, this is the information I wanted to give you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Gracias, Gonzalo.
Thank you so much, Gonzalo.
Si alguien tiene...
So we don't have much time left, but if anyone has a question, anyone would like to ask a question? If there are no questions, I'd just like to thank the three speakers, and let's go for lunch.